25th of May, 2021. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order in work session this afternoon. We have several work session presentations followed by the need for an executive session. Thank you all for being with us this afternoon. We're pleased you're here. The very first thing on our agenda this afternoon is to hear a presentation and have some discussion regarding the city's neighborhood traffic management program. Council, you'll remember that we got a report maybe 8 months ago, seems like roughly right, from this same group and had some questions, and they're coming back, I think, to present us some more information and allow us then to have some discussion on this. So with no further ado, I'll call on the city manager to set this up. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I think the mayor's given us a good summary. We'll go ahead and move to Mr. David Bragg. David's with our traffic engineering department. He does have 4 members of your Citizens Traffic Committee here today. I think he'll introduce them and then start into his presentation. David, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bragg.
I'd like to start out by introducing the members of our Citizens Traffic Commission that were able to make it out today. We're really glad they were able to be here. They played a very active role in this process. So we have Mr. Bill Kernow, Ms. Casey Emery, Mr. Eric Burrell, and then our chairman, Mr. Kerry Miller. So back in November of last year, it seems like a lot of things have happened since then, but back in November, we brought this to you, the possible modifications to our neighborhood traffic management program. Based on some feedback from y'all in that meeting, we took some items back to the Citizens Traffic Commission for further discussion and to reach some more recommendations on the program from that committee. So today's purpose, I want to give a brief overview of the program, and then just a refresher, recognize some slides from the last time, and then dive into those discussions we had with the Citizens Traffic Committee.
Mr. Bragg, before you get started, I need to recognize the fact that Councilman Christian is joining us via video conference this afternoon. Mr. Christian, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, thank you, Randy. You came in, you sounded a little bit like Oz there. We're going to turn you down a little bit, Randy, but okay, back to you, Mr. Bragg.
All right. So back to the beginning of the program. So after extensive research into neighborhood speed control programs other cities had around the state and nation, we developed the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program packet in 2014. So we took that packet to Citizens Traffic Commission in November of that year, and they recommended what we had, and it was actually adopted by City Council in January of 2015. So just to highlight who is the Citizens Traffic Commission. So we have 9 citizens appointed by council on the committee. We also have non-voting members that are city staff and members from the various police departments around town. So Lubbock Police Department, obviously, as well as the school districts represented within the city. What are we talking about when we're talking about the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program? So if you recall, it's a pretty thick packet. There's a lot of stuff in there, but really we whittle it down to 2 main devices that we're using to calm traffic that are in the packet. So we have what's called speed cushions, and these are installed on streets. They're 6 feet long as you're driving across them. They have about a 3-foot lift, and their purpose is to slow traffic down within normal speeds of a neighborhood street. So to not make you drive as slow as you would need to going through a parking lot where you would see a speed bump, but to just slow drivers down to the speed limit. We also install speed bumps, which are what you would traditionally see in parking lots around town. So those are used in alleys. We currently have 2 alleys that have speed bumps. And again, they're just used to slow down traffic that are going down alleys. We only install those in paved alleys. So towards the beginning of last year, the program had reached its 5-year mark, and we began drafting some edits to the program based on our experiences that we'd reached through those 5 years. So some of these were to make the packet less confusing for folks. Something we saw early on was, there's more in the packet that maybe is necessary. And we really honed in on these 2 devices. So we wanted to remove some of the items that were in there to make it less confusing for folks. And then we proposed a few other modifications, some changes to the program, which we spoke about last time, and I'll dive into those a little deeper in the next slides. So once we developed these modifications to the program, we took those to CTC last summer in July, August, and September meetings. In September, the CTC recommended the items listed there, that we passed those to council for possible adoption. So in the council meeting in November, again, there were a few items that we were tasked with discussing further with the Citizens Traffic Commission at future meetings. And we've done that and come back with their recommendations. So the next few slides are just going to talk about the process of a neighborhood speeding request. So our department gets, we get many requests involving speed. Some of these are on arterial roads, but really we're talking just neighborhood traffic with this program. So when we receive a request about speeding in a neighborhood, we really have a 3-pronged approach to the problem. First off, we notify the police department for enforcement, and they've been a great partner in stepping up enforcement when we've had these requests come through. We also have the radar speed trailer, which is what we have pictured here. We have a couple of those that we set out on these streets, and with those we display speeds for drivers, but we can also collect data and determine, what are these speeds. Sometimes cars can be loud and it seems like they're speeding, but maybe that's not the case. And this helps us, determine what's going on there. If these 2 steps do not correct the issue, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes citizens are just interested in these things and not necessarily the NTMP program. If those 2 steps do not correct the issue, we start looking at the neighborhood traffic management program to solve the issues that may exist on these streets. So the first step in that process is we have a short application the citizen applicant needs to fill out. And basically it's just contact information and an identification of the street. Where is the issue existing? So we know where to look. So once we've received that, we do a speed study. This is not with the radar trailer, and I'll show you what we use here in just a moment. The purpose of this speed study is to determine the 85th percentile speeds. So based on that, it determines whether or not the street qualifies for city funding of possible speed cushions. If speeds exceed 35 miles an hour, it does qualify for city funding. If it does not, then citizens can still get these installed, but it would be at the expense of the neighborhood. Once we've determined if there is a speeding issue and spoken with a citizen as far as how we want to proceed, we develop what's called a treatment plan. And basically all this is a design showing where we propose installing these speed cushions. So typically on a half-mile segment, which is what we look at with most of these requests, we're looking at 3 to 4 points where we would have speed cushions. So we develop this, and then we also look at what adjacent streets may be impacted if we install these devices, if we make modifications to the street. Based on that, we develop the treatment plan, and the impacted streets are part of what we call the affected area. Once we've developed all that, we contact the citizen and meet with them to go over the treatment plan, the process, the steps, answer any questions they may have. We, at that meeting, hand them a petition. The petition is just all the affected homes in the neighborhood that would be affected by these speed cushions. And from that point, they have 3 months to obtain 80% of the homeowners affected by these speed cushions. Once we receive that back, it usually takes about a month to get these installed on the street. So this shows a speed study we performed recently on Mac Davis. Again, it's not done with the radar speed trailer. We can collect data with that, but not for this purposes. So what we want when we do a speed study for this program is something that is not obvious to drivers. We don't want something where they can see it and either slow down or, alter their speeds. We want normal speeds. We want to capture normal speeds in a normal day. So if weather is inclement, then we don't do these studies. If it's weekends, Saturdays, holidays, we don't do the studies. So we place these out 2 to 3 locations, usually on a half-mile segment, depending on the shape and where we have streets coming in. And with these tubes, we're able to get 85th percentile speeds. If the 85th percentile speed of the street exceeds 35 miles an hour, that street is eligible for city funding. Okay, so the next several slides, I'm going to go into the program itself, the requirements, and then transition over to the recommendations we got from the Citizens Traffic Commission. So currently, the petition area is determined by the city traffic engineer and staff. So our office develops this petition area, and we pass it around and look at it, and we get great comments, and it includes all the homes on the street that's been identified as the street of concern, as well as any homes that are impacted on adjacent streets. So think cul-de-sacs coming off of a street. And then it really just depends on the design of the neighborhood. So some of these are very simple to come up with, and some of them are not, just based on the design of the streets in the neighborhood. The applicant must obtain 80% of homeowner signatures in the affected area. And they have, again, up to 3 months to get those signatures. Each signature on the petition carries an equal weight. So what I mean by that is whether you live on the street where these cushions would possibly be installed or an adjacent street, signatures all count the same. So at the last meeting where we presented this to you, the 3 largest areas of interest from council were these 3 topics. So how should the petition area be determined? Who should be permitted to sign the petition? And how should the required signatures be weighted? So should we use a weighted system or keep them equally? So we took these 3 topics to the Citizens Traffic Commission in December, and then again in February to discuss these things. And let me say, we had a lot of good feedback from the commission, a lot of very fruitful conversation, I would say, into each one of these topics. They're not easy to decide, and we had very strong conversation from Citizens Traffic Commission about each of these items. So let's start with the petition area determination. So these are some of the options we discussed with the Citizens Traffic Commission, and they came up with some of these also. So should it be determined by Citizens Traffic Commission or possibly a subcommittee of that commission? Should we create a committee of city departments, possibly planning, engineering, public works, to all come together and look at these requests and determine an area based on the expertise in that group? Should we continue allowing the city traffic engineer and staff to develop it that way? And then another option that was thrown out there that was a great idea was, let's add an option to appeal the area. So what would that look like? And what if the citizen doesn't agree? What do we do from there? So the idea to appeal this to the CTC was presented. And, most importantly, we wanted something that worked quickly and effectively. So we didn't want a situation where the applicant was waiting months for a treatment plan to be developed. We wanted something that was quick for them, quick process. So again, after lots of conversation amongst the Citizens Traffic Commission, they decided their recommendations are to continue development of the petition area by the city traffic engineer and staff, so internal to the traffic operations department, and also add that option to allow citizens to appeal the area if they don't agree with what's set in front of them. So the next two things we discussed with Citizens Traffic Commission was who should be permitted to sign the petition. So there were different options thrown out there. So do we weight homeowners differently than residents? And when I say residents, residents that live in the home that are not the homeowner. Do homeowners and residents have have equal signature weight? So currently it is only homeowners allowed to sign it. Do we allow residents also to sign the petition? Or do we just continue moving forward with the homeowner option? The last big topic we discussed with Citizens Traffic Commission is how should the signatures be weighted? Do we weigh the homes on the affected street differently than homes on adjacent streets? So do they get more input than adjacent streets? Do we keep an existing signature weight where we count every signature the same? And again, these were the two most discussed topics in our two meetings. We discussed these with the commission. They came up with the recommendations of continuing counting homeowner signatures, only homeowner signatures, and then keep the signature weight the same across throughout the affected area. So this slide shows a summary of all of the changes we've looked at in the program. The top three we discussed in the last meeting. Really, these are just to simplify the program. We're removing sections that don't relate to neighborhoods. So there were arterial and collector streets involved in the original packet that we're proposing. Let's remove those. Let's simplify it for just neighborhoods. Let's better define residential streets. So currently, the definition of residential street is, does it have a home facing the street of concern? We want to broaden it and allow homes that are also, or residential streets that have the sides of homes to them. And we're talking north-south streets usually, allow those to be included in the program as well. And then also, let's require the neighborhood representative to live on the street of concern. So those three things we discussed in the last council meeting, and then the two green portions or the recommendations from the Citizens Traffic Commission based on the options that we took back to them in December and February based on the November council meeting. So city traffic engineering staff determine the petition area and add an option for appealing that petition area to the Citizens Traffic Commission. And all signatures carry the same weight throughout the affected area, and they must be signed, the petition must be signed by homeowners. These last several slides are just highlighting the statistics of our program so far. So we began this process again in January of 2015. So this is about 6 years worth of data. These numbers are through the end of April, so pretty current. So we've received 268 neighborhood speeding inquiries. Of those, we have received back 69 NTMP applications. So you know, the other the other 199 have been addressed in some other way. We of the 69 applications we received back, we've developed 24 treatment plans and met with citizens about those plans and given them the petition to move on to the in the process. And of those 24, we've installed 5 speed cushion, or we have streets with five streets with speed cushion installations, I'm sorry, and 2 alleys with speed bump installations. These show the before and after results. So the 85th percentile speeds have dropped pretty drastically in every one of the on every one of the streets that we've installed these speed cushions. But also I want to point out that we have dropped volumes on those streets also, which is great for those streets, but I think it highlights the point that you know, these folks are taking other routes, presumably streets nearby, which is why we want to try to include adjacent streets in the process. All right.
Okay, you have anything else, Mr. Bragg?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's, council, we've got about 10 minutes for discussion on this topic before we move to our next one. We got a busy agenda. I think we might have open it for questions for Mr. Bragg and comments. Start with Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bragg. I believe I've seen you recently with regard to the same issue from within the district, I believe. One quick question, concern for me is that the determination by the Traffic Commission is that only homeowners can sign the petition. Was it taken into account that most of the homeowners that may own these properties do not live within the city, and that 3 months might really be pushing it, trying to locate these jokers, these homeowners, and getting a response from them? And then one last thing, so I can make sure this is sped up. I think there was some concern or wasn't really a pin down on the cost that this might require for those places where the city does not deem it necessary, but the citizens still want to have the cushions placed. Is there an actual cost that it might cost a neighborhood to put these things in, to pay for the installment of these things in their areas?
Sure. So, I'm sorry. In both of the Citizens Traffic Commissions, we've discussed these pretty hotly, heavily debated. So they looked at pretty much every facet of the situation. We did discuss that many homeowners do live outside of the city. We discussed the timeline. You know, we're trying to strike a balance between getting these done quickly and allowing citizens enough time to get the signatures that they need. And we did discuss that with them. As far as the cost currently, the cost for a half-mile segment, and this is it depends on how many we put out there. So it depends on how wide the street is and how long of a segment we're looking at. Typically, we're looking at around $15,000 to $20,000 per half mile.
Ms. Joy?
Mr. Bragg, 2 weeks ago, I went to homeowners association meeting at Whisperwood, which is not a very long street. It connects actually from the access road to 4th Street. And I guess the developer thought he had plenty of land. He made that nice and wide. And they've been working on this petition process and they thought they had it. And when they brought it to you, they were told some of these people are not homeowners. So I don't know if somebody failed to tell them that or not. But in my calculations, it would take a minimum of 5 months for somebody to go through this process, at a minimum. And that doesn't include an appeal, which y'all have added to it. I don't think that's very quick. To Ms. Patterson-Harris's point, if there's a hardship on getting an owner, should be some provision that we've tried 59 times and we can't get these people to respond. There should be some allocation for that. It concerns me that we only have 2 trailers to monitor speed in the entire city of Lubbock.
Yes, ma'am.
What do those cost?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. We can get that to you.
Well, speed bumps cost 15
15 to 20.
20,000
Per half mile.
for a half mile. And so they are effective. I've seen them on Toledo between 4th and 19th. It's on 34th today. And so they are effective, but perhaps that's something we need to look at in the budget. 2 for the entire city of Lubbock just doesn't seem like much to me in order to curtail the speed. And we all know it's out there. There's not any question. The other thing that bothers me, out of the 268 inquiries, we've got 5. That's less than 2% of those inquiries. And I'm not saying they were all legit or whatever, but I think we can do better. I really do think we can do better. So let us help you do better, is what I'm saying. Okay. Every citizen I talk to that wants to do speed cushions gets frustrated before the process is over. And if you look at Whisperwood, the way they mapped that one out, it goes all the way from Toledo, from Toledo all the way over to Slide in terms of those residences that access that road. So that's a pretty onerous undertaking. I don't think you can apply the same rule to every development. I think you need to look at those, because if somebody has access to Slide Road out of Whisperwood or somewhere else, because what's happening is people are using that as a cut through to avoid a stoplight, a traffic light. That's what's happening. So let's help them. That's all I'm asking you. Let's make it easier. Let's make it quicker.
Ms. Joy, the situation you're talking about, are you talking about Whisperwood Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay.
You said Toledo.
Okay. All right.
Well, Toledo borders on the east and Slide Road borders on the west. But it's Whisperwood Boulevard, yes. And it's nice and wide. And I mean, they get in
Oh,
there.
landscape median, it's got it all.
Yeah.
It's got it all.
It's got it all. And it's a speed. I mean, they're in a hurry in the mornings going to work. And they'll do that to go to a stop sign instead of going to a traffic light, which I don't understand, but
So
Yeah,
let's
that's true.
let's hear from Mr. Chidas. One.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bragg, so on the petition, the conversation is the homeowner will sign the petition. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir. That was the recommendation from the Citizens Traffic Commission.
I'm in total disagreement with that, because if the owner doesn't live on the property, his faces or his children face no danger with speeding traffic. I think that needs to be looked at very seriously. I mean, I think if the person that lives there should be the person signing the petition, my opinion. Because we're placing more credence and more value on the homeowner than the resident that is in danger of speeding traffic. That's the way I look at that. Again, the speed, it needs to be taken care of. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Massigo.
I think everybody brings up good points. As I think about it, the mayor and I were just talking back here, it shows how different all the neighborhoods are. And, you know, I could see the flip side of what you're saying, Juan, because what if the neighborhood turned over and the residents leasing weren't there anymore? And then you,
But the problem still exists.
yeah, yeah, so-
Didn't go away.
sure. It's I don't know that, and I can see you out there struggling to answer some of the questions because there's not a perfect answer to it.
Well, that's right. It's some of these topics are very difficult, and both of your points were brought up in the Citizens Traffic Commission meeting. You know, it's there's not a right or a wrong way of doing some of these. There's a legitimate reason to both sides, and it's you know, it's not an easy decision to come to.
Yep. Even though it looks different in different neighborhoods, one thing that is consistent is we have a speeding problem in neighborhoods. And it's not unique to Lubbock. That's the world we live in right now. But we struggle with it in my district, and everyone up here has problems in their district. And so, you know, and we're talking about a neighborhood program here. We have a city speeding issue, and we've taken that up in several different forums recently. But it is. It's a concern.
Mr. Bragg, let's take the Ms. Joy's example of Whisperwood Boulevard. That's an easy one to see. You don't have to sit out there very long and observe it to see the traffic patterns and why they're there and the speed people travel. Why? I think I know the answer, but why would the city not in that situation from staff, why would there not be part of the process where you would come to the Citizens Traffic Commission and say, okay, here's a problem that we've identified, either from a grassroots type situation or staff or both, that we need to solve this problem. We'd like the Traffic Commission to approve us to put these measures in place. What's the thought process around that, around not doing something like that? Or do we have that? Is that in place today? I know we didn't talk about that. Does that exist?
As far as neighborhood speeds, we do not take those to the commission as far as a citywide issue. But definitely that's something we can begin looking at. You know, how do we address this citywide? Because really, you know, the requests are picking up, and you know, as the months go by, of that 268, you know, I want to say we received over 80 last year alone. So we are getting more and more requests, and some of these things can be handled. You know, future speeding issues can be handled by the designs of the neighborhoods, which a lot of development is doing. But you know, it still leaves us with the problem in existing areas. So.
Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, and the reason I was so adamant about residents is because in District 1, over 2/3 of the residents are rental property. And using those stats, it'd be very difficult to actually get a speed bumper installed if we're omitting the residents. And again, and this is based on the last census, so that 2/3 may be even greater in the next few months when the numbers come out. That's 15,000 homes, and 10,000 of those are rental property. Just to make a point about my argument. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Joy, and then we're going to go to Mr. Atkinson.
Why can't we just put some stop signs in some of these speed streets like Toledo? There's not anything between 4th Street and about 13th, I think, somewhere around there. Whisperwood, there's nothing between the loop all the way to 4th Street. Nothing. So what's wrong with the stop sign?
So based on studies done at traffic institutes, stop signs used to control speeds are not typically effective. And what those studies show is, sure, people stop or slow down at those locations, but if we put stop signs out in areas that may not need them, then the studies have shown that compliance to stop signs, not in just that spot, but other spots, starts to slow down. So folks ignore or roll through stop signs more if you put them in spots that they're not necessary.
You could put police officers on a stop sign, and it's hard to put one all the way on Whisperwood Boulevard. Just a th-
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, Mr. Christian, then Mr. Atkinson.
I would like to say that I agree totally with Ms. Patterson Harris and Ms. Choi in regards to two things. 5 have been approved out of 268. To me, that tells me that the process is almost impossible to complete. My goodness, Ms. Joy, the 2%, that doesn't make sense to me. If those needs of the citizens are 268 of them, I'm not saying all of them are legit, but only 2% of those, the process is very flawed. And I also agree with Mr. Chavez and Ms. Patterson Harris that why should the homeowner have a heavier weight than the residents when we know so many, all across the city, there's so many rental properties that I think there needs to be something that maybe both of them have the same weight. I don't know, but this just doesn't make sense to me. But the one that really jumped out at me when you talked about how you decided on, I think it was the process when the staff develops the process or the affected area. I think that was correct, if I'm not mistaken. And why aren't we including the citizens at the very beginning of this process? They're the ones that live there, and they're the ones that see what's going on. To me, it's almost, in my opinion, it's almost like this Big Brother thing. Big Brother says this is the way it needs to be. Now you need to tell me why it's flawed. Why don't we include the citizens from the outset of this process? It's I'm very disheartened by what I'm hearing today, because I don't think it is as citizen friendly as it can be, and I think we need to work on that.
Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Really appreciate your input, and members of the Traffic Commission, thank you very much. We can tell just from a brief discussion, there's not anything that's easy about this. So I'm going to make a few points and then maybe ask a quick question of the council. So we've talked a lot about, there's been 268 inquiries and only 5 speed cushions. We need to look at that in its totality. That represents over 5 years. It's a cumulative number. In many cases, whatever the point in time issue was, it's been resolved. Either it was found that no, they were not speeding the way we thought they were, or, and I can think of one that I know we've hit several times over the last 4 years, Collector Street speeding, the trailers go out, enforcement goes out, the issue goes down. It stops. Has it come back? Yeah, it has in some places, but I don't think looking at it as that small percentage versus the 268 really kind of gives us that totality of the picture there. The citizens are included early on in terms of designing that affected area. You're looking at a traffic management deal, which really we've got a process of using licensed engineers to evaluate that and to present such to the Citizens Traffic Commission. So it's not supposed to be, it's too slow of a process. I don't remember which one said that. I'll agree with that 100%. But the process is not supposed to be, we're going to put these out because we want to put them out. We put them out because there's a validated, verified need to resolve a certain problem. So it is tough. Council, to kind of wrap it up, one of the big questions that I've heard is this discussion about who signs, the residents versus the homeowner. And I think any of us could argue both sides of that pretty strongly. Citizens Traffic Commission has looked at that, looked at it hard. We might ask the chair to speak briefly to it. My question, council, is that something you wish us to put back in front of the Traffic Commission for them to have one more go at? But Mayor, if you would you like the chair to come up just briefly?
Mr. Miller. By the way, I want to echo the city manager's comment. We know that it's, you guys work hard on this, so that please don't take the feedback you're getting as being anything other than just people trying to represent their district. I know you realize that, but I want to make sure that's said.
Yes, yes. I just want to let you know that we did have some vigorous debates on this subject. And many of us switched sides multiple times during the discussion because it is not an easy thing. One of the things that we had the most difficulty with is if we gave property renters the same vote as a homeowner, or if we tried to make it a percentage of such. And we couldn't come up with a good basis for making those assignments. And really the primary thing we were looking at is the property owner has an investment in that property. And, looking at the statistics that we just saw, it shows that people avoid streets with these on them. And so we have no proof that it might lower property values, but we felt that this was an important enough issue because it does affect not just the people on that street and the people in the neighborhood. It could have an impact on property value. And so we had a long discussion about, most renters, they know who to pay their rent to. And so if they've been long-term renters, it's likely they could have a relationship and that they could call the owner and talk to them and let them know their concerns. And we feel like most property owners would be reasonable to deal with. And so that's just some of the decision-making that we had. And thank you for considering it. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I think we're gonna keep moving just because of time. Council, Mr. Atkinson made ask us a question. I do think we probably, based upon what we've heard, we want the Traffic Commission to maybe look at the rent versus own piece again. Anything we can do to speed up the process. And then finally, I think we need to look at that 80% hurdle. That to me seems to be pretty high. Just a thought. That seems awful high to me. I just know that might allow you to accomplish 1 and 2 also. Now, is that driven by some other kind of? It's not any other kind of city.
It's not. That is how the program was structured originally. It was reviewed. It's come back that way. I've got 3 points. I'll visit with staff and we'll get back in front of the Traffic Commission.
I think the one point that needs to be maybe underscored, though, is where we have implemented these solutions, it appears that it's working. And I think that's important. I think that's important to safety, which is, I think, what this is all about. And so we appreciate all the hard work on that. Okay. And maybe we don't wait, maybe we do this quicker than 7 months. Okay. Not, and I know it's our schedule, often not the commission schedule, but let's maybe try to prioritize it in that regard. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Before we go to our next item, we have a special guest here today. Kennedy, would you stand up, please? Hi, this is Kennedy. Good afternoon. This is Kennedy Franklin. She's working on her communications merit badge. She belongs to the guy to her left, Wood Franklin, our director. He's got a big smile on his face, but Kennedy's working on her communications merit badge and she's a scout in Troop 157. So we're glad you're here today. Thanks for coming. Okay. Yeah.
There's a couple of us up here that have a communication merit badge. You might not believe it, but we do.
It's the way I think we did ours with like orange juice cans and string. It was still different. Yeah. Different kind of communication modes. Okay. Let's go to item 1.2. It's a presentation on update and discussion around 2020, 2021 sales tax collections. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. We're just going to jump right into this. Mr. Kostelich, our CFO, is going to catch us up on sales tax. Y'all have seen some kind of wiggling up and down over the last few months, and we have a little different picture to display today. Blue?
Good afternoon, Blue.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good to be with you. Bring forward a little bit of good news on sales tax. So we'll jump right in. As you'll see on the screen, this is the kind of standard chart that we use for the city here to track our sales tax and our forecast going forward. So it's a year over year comparison. And as you will see on the right-hand side under actuals for the month of March collections that we get remitted in May, we came in extremely well at for the city plus our utility retainage of $8.67 million, which is a phenomenal collections especially for us. If you look 3 months above that, during the holiday times, we even surpassed that. So there was a big surge, and for us, really, it's okay. Great that we got it. That's a good what, but the why is very important, and that's why we're going to go into this in a little bit of detail. But as you'll see, it's about a 25% over our budget for that month. So we're happy about that. That brings us on a year-to-date basis at 4%, running 4% above budget. On our year-end projection, we do still have us at about a 1.8% over budget target, and we can go through that. You'll be able to visually see that on the next slide and why we have that going forward in that direction. But overall, if you're looking, our collections have kind of stagnated, so that has driven our future forecast to also stagnate. So you're going to see it running really flat. This one data point isn't going to move the needle. One data point is not going to be a trend for us. Once we start to see a trend, that forecast will start reflecting that. So going into the actual sales tax collection, and this is one of Mr. Atkinson's favorite charts. He loves squiggly charts. So I always have to put this up, but really I want to call your attention to the blue line. That's the moving average that we're really looking at to eliminate all that noise between month over month and quarter over quarter. We've got to see the averages and how those are trending out. So if you look at the chart on the right, that's going to tell you our City of Lubbock utility with utility retainage collections. So this excludes the LEDA portion. Everything that we get from the sales tax from office of the comptroller has both the City of Lubbock and LEDA. So your charts on the left, the graphs are going to have that in. I just want to call that out. But as far as breaking down the payment, that $8.671 million that you see under the current collections, really, I'm sorry, on the net collections in the current month, that's really driven by our actual current collections. There's movement within the prior period collections, the future year, the audit, and the single local rate. But overall, it is that current collections. So it was the actual sales in that month of March that have driven this increase. So on a visual basis, breaking down those collections, you can see the current collections does follow a quarterly trend. The two on the bottom, the prior periods and the future periods, we watch them. We make sure that they're not out of line, but as you can tell, there is no consistent trend year over year. So you just kind of make sure that you're falling within the bands of those. But one I do want to call out, because we did have some concerns earlier in this year, and we didn't really understand why our January collections were so low compared to what we were expecting. If you'll see this red highlighted box up on the top right, we had one company, one of our large taxpayers went through a sales tax audit and was able to get a remittance from the comptroller's office, which comes out of our collections, of $504,000. So that's
Refund.
that brings us down a good about 7 to 8% on our collections for that month. So that was a one-time payment for some errors that they found, that sales tax group found from 2012 to 2018. So they get that lump sum all in that 1 month. Big impact on us. But like I said, that's something that we don't have access to. We do not get and cannot get legally the comptroller's work papers or audit reports or anything. We just know that a remittance out of our collections was given back to a company. I want to break down the three largest industries within the three largest industries, our retail, our general services, and our food make up over 75% of our collections. So these are the big three for the city of Lubbock. Starting first with retail at 51.2% of our overall collections. You can see we've had a huge jump, and especially in our blue line, that 12-month average in 1 month jumping that much. If you look at the table on the right, that breaks down the sub-industries that will show where those changes were being made. Let me get to the right page. So overall in retail, if you're looking and going down through all the sub-industries, you're going to see that it's really across the board that we were seeing some pretty good steady increases. Building materials going up about 18,000 on that 12-month moving average between 1 month is a pretty significant move. Now there's, as we know, there's a lot of movement in the construction industry right now with the price of all the supplies. So this may be a one-time bump that maybe we see this year, month over month for the next few months, but we'll see as prices start adjusting what those actually come in. But the big mover was really in our clothing and accessories, and that moved up 9.1% or $27,000 on the 12-month moving average. So good movement throughout our retail industry. On the general services, another large jump month over month. You can see that month of March really jumps higher than it ever historically has been. That brought our 12-month moving average to $880,000, slightly below pre-pandemic levels of $900,000. This is also the one that in the last few months of 2019, which rolled into 2020, we had one company that had 3 months of payments that really boosted up that moving average. So we are really back at that. This is one that I think, absent any other special exceptions, really stays pretty consistently flat around this $850,000 to $900,000 range on a moving average basis. So doing well in general services, not exceptionally better or worse, just kind of Goldilocksing here right now. The biggest mover in there, if you look down, is utilities, and that's going to be the non-LP&L utilities. That's where these collections come in. We did see that 10% increase, which is about $12,000 on that moving average basis. So this could be, if you think back to that time frame, March, what all was happening, that could be increased usage. That could be also the price of the energy itself at that time that's driving that. And our last industry is food at 13.7% of our total collections. So again, another massive jump in our monthly, large jump up to 890,000 in our 12-month moving average. So the top right chart breaks down the three sub-industries. But really I want to draw your attention to is the restaurant types. These are the actuals for February and the actuals for March of 2021. And so you'll see from in that 1 month that our economy really did start opening up again, people coming back. We've seen it in our hotel occupancy taxes, the hotel occupancy rates, RevPAR, everything. We see people coming back to Lubbock and getting out to our restaurants. So the full service restaurants going up from 365, almost 366,000, increasing 42.6% in 1 month. The limited services restaurants did even better than that, increasing 73%. So large increases. I think this is speaking well for our economy and what we're seeing out with people getting out and about again. So Mayor, Council, with that, I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Questions, Mr. Koslich? Mr. Maskill?
Mr. Koslitz, when you talk about the refund on the audit, surely we benefit from the other side of that because those auditors are real good at doing the opposite of that.
We do. And if,
Yeah, those are brutal. If you've ever been through one of those, you'll never forget it.
That's for sure. And, but they're
absolutely.
there to find it.
we do. I mean, you'll see, we get between, on average, I would say between $0 and $100,000 per month on that. So there's a long list of companies that go through audits, and we do see that, yes.
Okay.
There's pluses and minuses every month.
Ms. Joy.
Talk to me about the LPNL retainage. I noticed you say it does not include City of Lubbock utility retainage.
Right, when our utility bills are paid, those sales taxes are collected here, our portions are, and those are just kept here in the city of Lubbock. We don't send them off to the state to collect and then come back to us. So we retain them here, our portions.
I just wanted you to make that clear so that people didn't think we were just rat holing them, okay?
Yes, ma'am. No, we are not rat holing money.
Okay, Mr. Koslich, good report. Thank you for that. I think the Mayor Pro Tem whispered in my ear, but I think, those of you that were involved in our vaccination clinic, I think some of you deserve a big credit. Chief Fogerson, I don't think Ms. Wells is with us live today, but the folks at Civic Center, that the confidence to get out and be in the community has a lot to do with getting people vaccinated. And I just am thankful for, that and other things certainly too, but that's a big part of it. So Blue, thank you for bringing us that. Finally, today in work session, we have a final update from LPNL regarding the impending transition to ERCOT this weekend. So it's a little bit like having a returning guest. You keep coming back again, appearing again this week. The defending Jeopardy champion is David McCullough, the director of Lubbock Power and Light. Mr. McCullough.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Good to see you. We're getting excited. We're 4 days away now. Saturday we'll start the cutover, and I was thinking about this over the lunch hour. It's kind of like when you had your first baby. You've got your due date ahead of you. You're thinking about it. You've done all your planning and preparations, and you're ready to bring that baby into the world and hold him. So we are getting really excited, and I was talking to Cody Kirk yesterday. He's ready to get started. He was hoping we'd get started right now. I said, no, gotta wait. We've told people it's going to be Saturday. So, but I thought I'd just take a moment and look back in time, since I've got a few minutes here. Looking back to 2015, when we started this project, we started out with, first of all, board and council approval to get us started down this path. We had consultant studies, ERCOT studies, Public Utility Commission dockets. We did the participation agreement with Sharyland that then got taken on by Encore. Financing activities, construction and procurement, voltage conversion earlier this year, which was a big deal. Compliance certification with NERC and Texas RE. Many hours of coordination, ongoing coordination with ERCOT, Southwest Power Pool, Encore, and Southwestern Public Service. And thousands of people really have contributed to this effort over the last 6 years. So it's been an army of people that have worked on this project. And the board and city council played critical roles in this as well, just from the standpoint of approval and support of the plan, budget and capital improvement of the significant expenditures that we've had getting to this point, contract approval, right-of-way approval, approving the use of city lands for substations and transmission line right-of-way. And really, really appreciate, I can't thank you enough for your support, encouragement, for staying steadfast in your resolve after the February event in particular, because I know there was a lot of pressure to pull back and not go forward. So I really can't thank you enough for holding fast with moving forward. And now we have the final step ahead of us, which is the cutover activities that will occur on Saturday and Sunday. Detailed switching orders have been written, have been reviewed, written again, reviewed again, studied. I just left a meeting where we were doing a walkthrough of those switching orders where everybody that's going to be involved in this, at least from the supervisor level, was in the room. We've taken a step-by-step approach of walking through those switching orders so that everybody can understand the plan. Communications is going to be critically important on Saturday. So we've got good communications, good protocols for how we're going to communicate. I can tell you that the 6 345 kV auto transformers have now been energized. They're all, as they say, soaking. The auto transformers are soaking, ready to start putting load on them. And this morning, we executed the asset transfer agreements with Encore. So the city of Lubbock, LP&L, now own about $200 million worth of assets that were constructed and built by Encore for this project. So we are confident that we are prepared for Saturday. We really appreciate the support of all the city departments who are going to be there with us on Saturday. At the EOC, we'll have many departments working with us and communicating with us throughout this event. And I would say the communications with the public has been really good on this event. I really appreciate the job that Matt Rose has done, coordination with the city communications folks. The media coverage has been really good on this. Every day, every news story has a little piece about the LP&L transition. So I think it's been about as good as we could have hoped for. So that's really all I had to say. I'd be happy to answer questions, or if you want to hear more from Matt on the communications plan, I can ask him up as well.
Ms. Joy.
Mr. McCall, there was an article in the Avalanche Journal this morning that I think actually it was, information came from Texas Tech University. Do you agree with what they told the public in that article, or have you had time to read it?
Honestly, I have not had a chance to read that
Okay.
article. I saw it in the paper this morning, but I didn't get a chance to read it.
It pretty much outlines for people what they should do or not do, I guess, as well. But
Actually, I did skim it. They were talking about shutting down equipment that prior to the outage. I think that's a good idea, and I think the same advice came from the city IT department on computers that city has around different offices around town. I think it's a good approach.
Okay,
Good idea.
thank
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCullough. I want to echo your comments. Thank you, a big thank you to Matt Rose, who's sitting back there today, and to actually our media partners. We've had a great cooperation around the print media, electronic media, more traditional, non-traditional. We're thankful for all of that. And so that's the way we get the word out, and let's get this thing across the finish line on Sunday. I know we'll all be excited to take that big step. So,
Coverage has been good, and I thought Warren Lasher's comments were particularly good, and he's pretty confident in the reliability of the system going forward as well. I hope y'all got to see his comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and I'm glad we have Mr. Rose here. He looks much more like he looks more like a business guy than a philosophy professor over at Tech, which is the way he normally dresses when he comes to work. So just want to make just note of the fact that you got a necktie on today. Okay. All
He's
right.
had a
Thank you.
busy month.
Yeah, he has had a busy month. Okay, that concludes our business for our work session today. Council, I don't have any polls. No one before the meeting wanted any polls on the consent agenda. Ms. Patterson-Harris, you good with that?
Yeah, I had some questions, but.
You got them answered? Okay, good. Mr. Christian? Yeah, you notice I didn't say anything about that, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Mr. Christian, you were traveling. You have anything you would, anything you'd like to pull, or are you good with it without any pulls?
No, I responded while I was on the road. We're
Okay,
good.
thank you. All right, good. Okay, so council, that will then conclude our work session. We do have need for executive session today. Council will hold executive session for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements, and/or consultation with attorneys under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Also, to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property under section 551.072 of that same code. To discuss public matters of the public power utilities under section 551.086 of that code. And finally, to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information as it relates to economic development under section 551.087, all of the Texas Government Code. It is 2:42. The Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Welcome to the Lubbock City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, the 25th of May, 2021. It is 5:03 PM. The City Council has returned from executive session. We will handle our ceremonial items before we go into regular session. We appreciate you being here, whether you're in person or are joining us via the television or the World Wide Web. We'll start tonight, as is our practice, with an invocation, followed by the pledges to the United States and Texas flag. Leading our invocation tonight is the Reverend Becky Fox with Covenant Presbyterian Church. It's Reverend Fox's first time to come and do that. We very much appreciate you being here tonight. Following her invocation, the Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in the pledges. If you would please stand.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, you alone are holy. With humble hearts, we thank you for wind and water, soil and sun, and for all you have provided for us. Holy One, we thank you for freedom. Bless all who are here today. Be in the hearts and minds of our city council and in the hearts and minds of those who speak before the council. Holy One, may our words be your words. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Reverend Fox, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Mr. Massagill, thank you for for leading us to those pledges. We have a number of board recognitions that we would like to do this evening. And to do the honors, I've asked Ms. Patterson Harris to lead the way. Sheila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we don't take it lightly that citizens that live in this great city of Lubbock, Texas, USA, find it in their hearts to donate their time so that things get done around City Hall. So tonight, we're going to recognize some new appointees to some boards and commissions. Is that all right?
It's all right.
Is that all right?
It's all right.
All righty then. I am going to call to the front Mr. Chris Berry, who we will be appointing here to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. I'm calling Sandra Chatham and Joanne Lee, who will be appointed to the Public Transit Advisory Board, and Daniel Bays, who will be appointed to the Veterans Advisory Committee. As they say on The Price is Right, come on down.
You're the next contestant. Yeah, they are twice.
What I will be doing is, if you will allow me, I'm just going to read, and if you'll place in that location as to what they'll be assigned to, just do so. But we're going to allow them to receive their individual certificates. It's done on that great piece of paper, Mr. Mayor, that we only allow outside the building only a few times. It says, City of Lubbock, Texas. It says, greetings. The members of the City Council reposing special trust in the integrity of Chris Berry, Sandra Chatham, Joanne Lee, and Daniel Bays. All righty, we did that. For Chris, it is for his appointed committee. It says to act within the jurisdiction and authority prescribed by the City of Lubbock in such capacity. It's confirmed on this day, the 25th day of May, in the year 2021. It's signed by the mayor and by all of the 6 members of the City Council. If you would join me in saying a great big thank you to these good folks for being willing to serve.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're gonna come up front so we can get a picture. Come on down here. Join me again. Say amen.
Job well done there, Ms. Patterson Harris. Ms. Lee, Ms. Chatham, Mr. Berry, Mr. Bays, thank you. Thank you for your service to our community. And Mr. Bays, I might also just thank you for your service to our country. Thanks for serving on that Veterans Advisory Board. Many of us this morning got to go out for the ribbon cutting for the brand new Veterans Clinic here in Lubbock. It's something we can all be very, very proud of. Okay, that concludes our ceremonial items. It is 5:10. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. Our regular meeting begins with item number 4 on page 5. That's citizen comments. We have no one that has signed up in the room for citizen comments. We do have one emailed citizen comment. But before I go any further, I want to also recognize the fact that Mr. Christian is with us tonight via video conference. Randy, you there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, so we'll make sure you're still there. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And so we have all 7 of our members here tonight. Okay, we have one emailed comment that came in this afternoon, and our guidelines are such that while we're still allowing folks to come in via teleconference or via email, you've got to get those comments in by 2 p.m. for the regular meeting. And we had one of those today. So I'm going to ask Courtney Paz, our deputy city secretary, to read that. You just got to feel promotion, or maybe not, I don't know. But to read that, sorry. You said demonia. What y'all think? Yeah, well, I'm not sure. The jury is still out. Courtney, please take it away. Take it away. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Nicholas Bergfield, and I live on the 2300 block of 23rd Street and Tech Terrace. Earlier today, the council heard a sales tax presentation that confirms the fears over a decrease in consumer spending during COVID time were overestimations. Because of Texas's lack of reliance on income tax, it means that the fluctuation in city finances that we experienced were far less profound than in many parts of the United States. This means that while many city governments will need to use the American Rescue Plan dollars to plug holes in their budget, much of ours will be able to be used for economic development and revitalization. This kind of unexpected windfall situation is a textbook example of when a blue ribbon committee is not simply appropriate but needed. At a city level, the utilization of a sum of money this large is typically determined through bond elections. The dollars allocated to Lubbock do not have to be used until the end of 2024. There is time to create a structured process to determine how these funds will be fully utilized. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. Nicholas Bergfield.
Thank you, Courtney, for that. Okay, that concludes public comments. We'll move now to number 5 on the agenda. That's the minutes from our April 27, 2021 regular city council meeting. Those minutes were included in the agenda book that was produced late last week, and we're considering today. Council, is there a motion to begin consideration of those minutes? Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Council, are there additions or corrections to those minutes as presented? Okay, then I will, we have a motion and a second to approve those minutes as presented. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is number 6 on tonight's agenda. It begins with item 6.1 on page 24. Consent agenda items are considered to be routine and are enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If the council desires to discuss an item individually, that item is removed from the consent agenda and considered in a separate fashion. We do not have any pulls from the consent agenda tonight. I'm just double checking that with the council. Okay, that being the case, I'll open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda as posted.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell. Our second. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda. And a second. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed by the same sign. The motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 7. That's our regular agenda. Our regular agenda tonight is comprised of 8 public hearings and first readings of zone cases. Those begin with item 7.1 on page 360. Brian Isom is our Director of Planning. Mr. Isom will take the council through all 8 of these cases at a high level. Council will pause briefly at the end of each case if you have questions for Mr. Isom. Brian, please take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 7.1 is case 1788F for Lubbock Prosperity LP, represented by McDougal Realtors. The request is for a zone change from General Retail District C3 to General Retail District C3 specific use for a blood plasma center located at 4841 50th Street. We sent out 25 notifications and received none in opposition or in support. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 50th Street and east of Wayne Avenue. The current zoning on site is General Retail District C3 with a mix of local retail and restricted local retail C2 and C2A respectively to the north, east, and west, and single family district R1 to the south. Here we have some site photos with the subject site on the top left and additional commercial development along 50th Street in the other 3 pictures. The proposed specific use is consistent with the zoning ordinance as it is appropriate next to existing commercial development and will not change the character of these developments. The specific use is also suitable for the existing street system as the principal arterial or 50th Street is designed for higher intensity traffic. Staff recommended approval of this request and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, anything on case on item 7.1? Okay, let's move to item 7.2. It's zone case 2909E. It begins on page 375.
Item 7.2 is case 2909E for S&S Commercial Properties, represented by Callaway Architecture. The request is for a zone change from Interstate Highway Commercial District, IHC, to Apartment Medical District, AM, at 6401 Spur 327. We sent out 6 notifications and received none in opposition and 2 in support. Here we have the location of both support letters. The property owner feels that this is a good location for the use, as well as the property and the local area. Here we have the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of Spur 327 and east of Milwaukee Avenue. Current zoning on site again is IHC with existing IHC to the east, south, and west along Spur 327 and single family district R1 that is actually developed with McAllister Park to the north across 327. The future land use map calls for light commercial retail in this area. And here we show some subject site photos of the undeveloped property and then the adjacent auto sales uses and hotels within the local area. Here we have a site plan of the proposed hospital, as well as a perspective rendering and some building elevations. The comprehensive plan designates this area as light commercial and retail. And while the AM district is identified as low-intensity office, staff does feel that it's an appropriate category to be considered as non-residential infill development. It is also compatible with the adjacent auto dealerships and hotels located on the south side of Spur 327, and the existing infrastructure should be sufficient to serve the intensity of uses within this district. That staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Questions on 7.2, council? Okay, let's go to 7.3. Please, Mr. Isom, begins on page 395, zone case 2984M.
Item 7.3 is case 2984M for 34th and Upland Storage Incorporated and 87th Street Partners, represented tonight by Centerline Engineering and Consulting. The request is for a zone change from Interstate Highway Commercial IHC and General Retail District C3 to C3 with a specific use for self-storage facility in two-family District R2 at 7115 and 7105 34th Street. Staff sent 75 notifications and received 1 in opposition and none in support. Here we show the location of the 1 notification received in opposition. Here we have the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 34th Street and east of Upland Avenue. Current zoning on site again is a mix of IHC and C3. And the site is currently surrounded primarily by single-family districts with additional C3 to the west and Industrial Park District to the south, and then a few properties zone transition also to the west and the south. The future land use map does call for light commercial and retail in the area. And here we have the subject site photos showing the current site and its surrounding development. The applicant has provided staff with a site plan for the self-storage facility. The comprehensive plan does designate this area as light commercial and retail. And while R2 does not necessarily fit within this designation, it can provide a buffer between the self-storage facility and the existing single-family developments. The rezoning is compatible with the surrounding development and would not change its character. Both 34th Street and Upland Avenue are designated as minor arterials at this location, and both should be suitable for the intensity of the uses being proposed. Staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions on 7.3? Okay, we'll move to 7.4. It begins on page 414. It's zone case 2985C.
Item 7.4 is case 2985C for Edge Construction, represented by 17 Services LLC. The request is for a zone change from garden office to apartment medical at 5614 114th Street. Staff sent out 18 notifications and received none in opposition and none in support. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located east of Elkhart Avenue and north of 114th Street. Again, the current zoning on site is garden office, with garden office to the east and to the south, high density apartment district to the west, and single family district to the north. The future land use map does call for office in this area. And here we have the subject site photos of some of the vacant property adjacent to the development. The comprehensive plan does designate this area as low intensity office, and AM is consistent with that designation and is appropriate with existing surrounding development. 114th Street is designated as a minor arterial at this location and should be suitable to handle the volume of traffic anticipated with uses allowed in the AM district. Staff recommends approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Any questions on 7.4, council? Okay, let's go to 7.5. It's on page 426, case 3050G.
Item 7.5 is case 3050G for Brook Heights 2 Limited, represented by AMD Engineering. The request is for a zone change from single-family District R1 specific use to two-family District R2. Staff sent out 13 notifications and received 1 in opposition and 1 in support. The opposition has concerns regarding the density and the housing types that would be permitted in the R2 district. Here we show the location of the support and the opposition. And here we have the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 122nd Street and west of Memphis Avenue. Current zoning on site is R1 specific use, with R1 specific use to the east, south, and west. And to the north, it shows transitional on the map, but we created this prior to the other ordinances getting approved for high-density apartment and garden office on that tract. Future land use map shows low-density designation for the property in this area. And here we have some subject site photos that show the currently vacant lot on site with the adjacent vacant land surrounding and the single-family development to the west. The applicant has also provided this proposed lot layout for his development. The comprehensive plan does designate this area as low-density residential, and the R2 allowed uses in R2 are appropriate for this area. Both 122nd Street and Memphis Avenue are designated as collector streets and should be sufficient for the amount of traffic anticipated with the change to R2. Additional water extensions may be required to provide service and fire protection for that area. Staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval by a vote of 4-1.
Council, questions on 7.5? All right, let's move to item 7.6, zone case 3431. It's on begins on page 448.
Item 7.6 is case 3431 for 146th Street and Slide Road Incorporated, represented by Centerline Engineering and Consulting. The request is for a zone change from Transition T to General Retail District C3 with a specific use for self-storage facilities at 14505 Slide Road. Staff sent out 12 notifications and received 1 in opposition and none in support. There was no reason indicated for the opposition. And here we show the location of the opposition. And here we have the subject site outlined in orange, generally located east of Slide Road and north of 146th Street. Current zoning on site is transition, with transition also on 3 sides to the east, south, and to the west, in a mix of general retail and single-family districts to the north. The future land use map does show low-density residential as appropriate in this area. However, it also designates this intersection as what we would call a retail node. Here we have the subject site photos showing the existing development on site and surrounding. And the applicant has also provided a site plan of the proposed self-storage facility, as well as a survey showing the existing residence at the corner of 146th and Slide in association with the proposed self-storage facility. While the comprehensive plan does designate this area as low-density residential, it also indicates that this intersection should be considered as a retail node. This would include the development of light commercial retail uses, which C3 zoning and self-storage facilities are appropriate. The development is compatible with the surrounding area, as it will not change the character of the existing developments. There currently is not water service in the immediate area, so water lines may need to be extended for service and fire suppression. Staff recommended approval of this case, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 5-0.
Council, any questions on 7.6? Okay, let's move to 7.7. It's on page 468. Zone case 3432.
Item 7.7 is case 3432 for Carolyn Lane Musgrave, represented by Dwayne Lane. The request is for a zone change from Commercial District C4 and Local Retail District C2 to Commercial District C4 with a specific use for a dance hall at 1801 19th Street and 1904 and 1906 Avenue R. We sent out 25 notifications and received 2 in opposition and none in support. The existing building on site was used as a club and game room until 2017, but according to the owner, it began its use as a venue called Stilettos in 2019, and therefore it lost its non-conforming status as a bar nightclub due to there being no alcohol sales for over a year. It appears that it was allowed to continue as a similar use when the current tenants occupied the building, and so the building retains its non-conforming status as a dance hall. The opposition has stated concerns that include the property's location proximate to Lubbock High, their issue with the neighborhood transitioning, and this being a use that might bring the neighborhood transitions back down. Recent rezoning of the area along 19th Street, devaluation of adjacent property, and loud noises and violence that could come with a dance hall use. Here we show the location of the opposition. Note they're both adjacent to the subject site. Here we have the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 19th Street and west of Avenue R. Current zoning on site is a mix of C2 and C4, with C2 to the west, east, and north, and C4 to the south. The future land use map calls for light commercial and retail uses in this area. And here we have the subject site photos in the top left showing the existing building, and the other three photos showing existing commercial development along 19th Street. Comprehensive plan calls for light commercial retail in this area, and the change to C4 and the dance hall use would accommodate this. The proposed zoning request is in conformance with the zoning ordinance and is appropriate adjacent to other commercial uses that are already established. Dance halls do not permit the sale of alcohol as an incidental use, and therefore this request would bring the use of the building into conformance with the zoning ordinances. The development is also compatible with the surrounding area, as would not change the character of the existing developments. 19th Street is considered a minor arterial and is designed for higher intensities of traffic that could be generated by this proposed use. With that, staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by the unanimous vote.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a quick question. Dance hall. So you're stating that they would not obtain a license to sell alcohol. Does this mean that patrons could bring in their own bottles, or that the establishment they use nowadays, the BYOB? Is that your understanding, or is it something I should ask?
That could be, yes. The definition of dance hall prohibits the sale of alcoholic beverages within that use.
Thank you.
Ms. Joy.
Mr. Asham, at the planning and zoning meeting, the owners represented that this is an event center, not a bar.
That's correct.
And not a dance hall.
That's correct.
And do we have anything in our code that defines an event center and where it should be zoned?
Not to my knowledge. From what I recall in their discussions, they kept the dance hall use because they wanted to be able to have dancing on site as part of the venue, rather than having to go to ZBA to request a special exception for a dance floor.
And so what can we do to clean this up? We're redoing ordinances now.
While we're looking at the UDC, we can look at maybe a banquet hall type use that would be very specific to an event venue, rather than having to lump them into a different category.
Because we really can't do a specific use on this because it's really not covered in our current zoning ordinance. An event center is not.
I'd have to go back and go through all the code, but not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Anything else on 7.7? Okay, Mr. Isom, once you finally get us through, let's go through 7.8. Page 486, case 3433.
Item 7.8 is case 3433 for Baxter Trusts, represented by AMD Engineering. The request is for a zone change from transition T to restricted local retail district C2A. The property is intended to be a mixture of garden, office, and restaurant uses. We sent out 7 notifications and received 1 in opposition and 3 in support. Only one of these letters indicated a reason for their support, and it is from the property owner. We had no indication given on the response for opposition. We did have an individual that spoke at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting in opposition of the request. He had general concerns. He had concerns with the applicant not splitting the request into specific C2A and garden office districts, as well as the fact that the property is located in between two major arterials and not at an intersection of two arterials, which is pretty typical with the retail node. Here we show the location of the opposition and support. And here is the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 114th Street and east of Memphis Avenue. Current zoning on site is transition, with transition to the north and east, single-family district to the south, and high-density apartment districts to the west. This area is currently seeing a lot of construction activity, with property to the north being developed as single-family subdivision, property to the south being developed as another single-family subdivision, and the property to the west being developed as a multifamily project. The future land use map calls for low-density residential in this area, with low-density residential in the immediate vicinity, and parks or open space to the north. During the time that the future land use map was created, this was still Stonegate Golf Course, which is now transitioned into a single-family development, and being zone transition, they can develop it as R1 uses, which includes the single family. Here we show some photos of the subject site and the view of the surrounding area, including the multifamily project to the west. The future land use plan designates this area for low-density residential land uses. However, areas between major intersections are referred to as neighborhood centers and are intended for lighter types of retail, low-intensity office, residential, and public, semi-public uses, according to the comprehensive plan. The level of intensity in C2A is appropriate for this area and is compatible with both the comprehensive plan and future land use plan. The proposed zoning is compatible with the surrounding area and would not change the character of the existing development. High-density apartment and commercial uses are near in proximity to the subject site. The permitted uses in C2A would be a suitable addition to the area. Staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council questions on 7-8? Okay, Brian, I'm sure we'll have you back. Council, how would you like how do you want to handle these? You want to do these public hearings together? You want to separate them? A little bit of both? What's your pleasure? Okay, all of them individually?
I think so.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, we will start with item 7-1. 7-1 is zone case 1788F, and I will open the public hearing on this case and invite anyone that would like to come forward and speak either in support or in opposition to case our agenda item 7-1, case 1788F. Public hearing is open.
Hi, Jeremy Steen, 1500 Broadway. I represent the landlord on this property and just wanted to put into perspective which center this is. Most of you probably know this as the center off of 50th Street that the Halloween store typically occupies for 2 months of the year, and then it sits vacant for the remaining 10 months of the year. This plasma center is expanding from Florida and moving into Lubbock. They have over 200 sites across the country. And their plans are to put over $2 million into that center, revitalize it, and just kind of refurbish that.
Thank you, Mr. Steen. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Other speakers in either favor or opposition? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 7-1. I'll open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of item 7-1. Second. Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris, for the motion, Mr. Griffith for the second. Council, is there discussion on the motion? Ms. Patterson-Harris.
It's right by that Plato's Closet. Am I in the right spot? Okay. Okay, thank you.
That's an easy question. One of your spots? Okay, just checking. All right, other comments or questions? Okay, council, we have a motion on the floor to approve on first reading, item 7.1, zone case 1788F. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll move to agenda item 7.2, zone case 2909E. I will open the public hearing on this zone case and invite anyone that would like to speak either in opposition or support on item 7.2. Public hearing is open. Welcome back, Mr. Steen.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch briefly on this one, the reason for the needed zone. This is going to be what they call a micro hospital. One of the principals, Dr. Patel, is here if you guys had any questions specifically for him. The reason they need this zoning is this hospital is going to provide care to patients that have government insurance, such as like a Medicare, Medicaid. And in order to do that, you have to have a hospital license. And in that license, to have that requires this zoning. In addition to that, they can also have care that extends beyond the 23 hours. They can keep you overnight. If perhaps you require longer observation, they'll have the ability to do that and provide services 24/7. So I think you saw some renderings of the hospital for the use there.
Before you leave, you want to ask him a question right now? Yes, please.
Just real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
I like macro better than mini hospital. Okay. You said macro. Sounds better.
Oh, micro hospital. Yeah.
Yeah, micro and our backup says mini hospital.
Oh,
so MINI. Okay. I like micro better.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steen. Any other speakers in favor or in opposition to item 7.2? Okay, I'll close the public hearing on item 7.2 and open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of this item. Mr. Griffith. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Griffith. Can I take that as a second, Mr. Chidas? Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve item 7.2 on first reading. Council, is there discussion? Ms. Joy?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, are there questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 7.2 on first reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by that same sign. That motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll now move to to item 7.3, zone case 2984M. And I'll open the public hearing for this item. I'm opening the public hearing on zone case 2984M, inviting anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition to this item to please come forward. Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 7.3. Council, I'll open the floor for a motion to begin consideration.
Move to approve. Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Thank you very much. Council, is there discussion on item 7.3? Ms. Joy, I didn't know if you wanted to vote or if you wanted
I wasn't ready to
okay.
vote.
All right, Ms. Joy.
Mr. Isham, I have a question for him. Did I understand you to say that 34th Street is a minor arterial in this location? Is that what you said to us? No, he didn't say many. He said it's a minor.
That's what I show it as in my backup.
That it is a minor arterial, but
Yes,
only
ma'am.
in this location because
Just at this
34th Street.
location, not in general.
Okay, because 34th is certainly not a minor arterial. Okay, all right, okay, thanks.
Does that make sense to you, Mr. Atkinson?
I'm going to presume that it's because of its location that far west. And I was looking to see if we had Mr. Franklin in the audience. And
But regardless of
believe that
whether
I've
it's
seen.
2 lanes or 7 lanes, it's still an arterial, is it not?
Yes, but I believe the original designation on the major and minor arterials goes back to the days of the 5 or the 7 lane
Got you. Okay.
designation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I was hoping he could help me out, but we'll stay with that for now.
That's your story. Okay. Okay, other comments or questions on 7.3? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 7.3 on first reading. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Let's move to zone case 7.4. Excuse me, item 7.4, zone case 2985C on page 414. I'm going to open the public hearing on that zone case. Public hearing is now open for zone case 2985C, our item 7.4. Anyone that would like to come speak in favor or opposition, please come forward. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Let me make sure we don't have anybody online. No one online on this. We'll close the public hearing on item 7.4. Council, I'll open the floor for a motion to begin discussion, consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chavis, for the motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. We have a motion and a second on item 7.4. Council, is there discussion or questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Ms.
this is
Joy.
the same question because he indicated that 114th is a minor arterial in this location. And I presume that's because of the number of lanes currently sitting out there.
I believe it would be the number of lanes proposed in the thoroughfare plan,
Which is
5.
which is 5, and the work really across the entirety of this corridor on 114th is focused on 5 lanes.
So it's not a minor arterial at this point. If it goes by the plan.
It's programmed to be a minor arterial. It's a 2-lane strip right now.
Right.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but
Well, maybe I misunderstood you. You said the difference between minor and major arterial is the number of lanes.
yes, in the case where those lanes are not there, it's based on what does the plan say it's supposed to be.
And
So
it says it's supposed to be
in this case, a 5-lane.
5 lane, which continues it as a minor.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Would you get clarification on that, please?
Mhm.
I don't remember when we adopted the thoroughfare plan differentiating between the minor and major. But anyway, I'm not sure it impacts the,
Not this one, but what is concerning me is a lot of we planned for a lot of the 7 lanes, and now we're bumping them back to 5.
That is correct.
That's where I'm.
yeah, good question.
Okay.
Okay, council, save that, which I think is just more administrative or clarification. There are further further questions or comments on 7.4. Okay. We've got a motion and a second to approve item 7.4, zone case 2985C on first reading. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to our item 7.5, zone case 3050G. It's on page 426. I will now open the public hearing for item 7.5, zone case 3050G. Anyone that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition, please come forward. Mr. Doolin, good evening.
Good evening, Corey Doolin, AMD Engineering at 6515 68th Street. I don't really have anything else to add. I'm just here to answer any questions if you had any. I know there was some opposition. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you had any. If not, I'll go back and sit down.
Mr. Doolin, thank you for being here. We may call you back for questions in a minute after the public hearing piece, if that's okay with you guys, council. I think a couple of members may have questions. Anyone else to speak in favor or opposition to item 7.5? No one online. We'll close the public hearing for 7.5. Council to begin consideration of item 7.5, zone case 3050G. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massagill. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Okay, let's have some questions, discussion. Mr. Doolin, would you come back up, please, sir? Let's go with Ms. Joy first and then Ms. Patterson Harris.
Can you put back up the plan development? Because I'm trying to figure out where the Brooklyn Heights Park, HOA Park is in connection, because there is opposition and that was part of that letter that we received.
How about there? I don't know if you can see the
The
miles.
park's on the lower
This is
left.
the park here. Right. And so these townhomes will side up to that. There will be, a border fence along this area. So you'll have townhomes that side up to the park and side up to this single family here. You'll have the townhomes that back up to this residential here. So as you go down the single family, you should only see single family. You'll see the sides of townhomes, and then side up to the park area here. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
So were there discussions with Brooklyn Heights? Because there was some reference to discussions and.
I was not a part of those conversations. I can't answer those questions, but Andy Bean is here and can speak to those discussions. We did change the layout to flip the cul-de-sac to open into the
122nd.
collector. And that way it doesn't, that you won't have any traffic from any of these. Anybody traveling to these townhomes are not going to be going through Brook Heights. They'll be coming down the collector. It's a good buffer between that and the garden office and the apartment. And that was my understanding of the intent of the discussions with the Brook Heights folks. I think there was some miscommunication amongst the Brook Heights people that these were going to be duplexes. These are not duplexes. These will be townhomes, very similar to what Lubbock Land Company is planning to build in Hatton Place further to the northeast.
But this will not be within the Brooklyn Heights HOA.
I can't answer that. I assume it was, but I'm gonna let Andy.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Bean, Lubbock Land Company, 12203 Quaker Avenue. As presented to the Brook Heights HOA in our agreement, this will be part of the HOA.
Okay. All right. I don't think we got that out of the opposition letter, but it will be.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Takes care of my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Ms. Patterson Harris?
Are there, Mr. Bean, before you take your seat, were there any special exceptions or things to be done as a part of this development for the Brook Heights HOA?
What Corey alluded to is the fencing that goes along the side there of the closest lot to the park, and then I guess the side of all those lots along 123rd Street, and then just the access coming from 122nd. We took notice of how that would function, where the traffic wouldn't flow through the neighborhood as easily.
Is Nashville a through traffic?
Yes, that's where the water and the drainage flows through, so we've left that open.
Okay. And were there any loose ends left after the discussions with Brooklyn Heights in HOA? Any
Sure.
loose ends?
Sure. So to update you, since I was here last, we have closed on this land. We own the land, and the development agreement's in final form awaiting their signature. So everything that we've proposed is in there, including these being rezoned, which was their, part of the negotiation. And we believed it to be their desire for these to be townhomes, and that these lots will pay into the HOA dues as well.
All righty, because I'm looking, right? Yeah. because I know the concerns that they have. And,
Sure.
and my desire is, as is the folks of the city, is that everyone live peaceably. And the way to do that is that we enter or make agreements so that things are well
Right.
on both sides, or as well as they can be.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's the only thing that I'm concerned with. So that's why I asked these questions. So I'm
Well, thank
looking
you
at
for
you.
asking.
Yeah. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Mr. Bean, does 123rd, will it go completely, will it, I mean, does it quit right there? Or is it, I mean, it's hard to tell by your,
It
leave that.
connects
Yeah.
to the future Memphis Avenue that is not currently paved.
But what about on the west side? Does it continue all the way?
All the way to Quaker, is that no, there's some north-south roads that intersect before you get to Quaker, so it's not,
Go back to the one we had.
okay, sorry. Just tell me when to stop.
Right there. Okay, that dark line that runs just on the east side of Nashville, just hard for me to tell that the street goes through, but it does go through.
This
Is that
the
correct,
plat-
Corey?
Yeah, this is the plat limits of what's already been dedicated. So this
Okay.
heavy line means that
Okay.
this right of way is dedicated,
Okay.
it's built.
We looked at it on Google Earth and it was hard to even tell there, but it will go, that is, okay,
It's there now.
okay, all right. So I'll make sure. Okay. All right, anything else for Mr. Doolin or Mr. Bean?
Thanks for working that out.
Yeah. All right, thank you, guys. Council, further questions or comments on item 7.5? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the first reading of item 7.5, zone case 3050G. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move to our item 7.6, zone case 3431, begins on page 448. I will open the public hearing for zone case 3431. Anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition to item 7.6, zone case 3431, please come forward. We have nobody online that wants to comment. I'll close the public hearing on item 7.6. Is there a motion to begin consideration of item 7.6? Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Council, is there discussion on the motion to approve the item 7.6 for the first read of zone case 3431? Ms. Joy?
My question is, the house that residents that's sitting there now, is that part of the zone change as well? Because you said something like the residents in association with.
It is part of the
460.
request.
Yeah, so is it part of the request
It
as
is part
well?
of the request.
Okay, all right. And I assume, I don't know who lives there, but I assume it has something to do with the storage facility, or they purchased it? They purchased that tract?
Sorry, the applicant is back here.
Oh,
I
okay.
have some questions.
Well, he was very quiet.
Good evening. My name is Philip Trong. I'm the applicant for the owner. And yes, that land has been purchased.
Okay,
It is being reserved right now for future development. There's currently no plan for that area right now, just the northwest section.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Other questions on or comments on item 7.6? I will close the, we've got a motion and a second to approve item 30, zone case 3431, item 7.6 on first reading. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 7.7, zone case 3432. It's on page 468. I will open the public hearing on this item. The public hearing on zone case 3432 is now open. Anyone that would like to speak in opposition or favor on zone case 3432, please come forward. Okay, we'll close the public hearing on zone case 3432. Council, to begin consideration, is there a motion? Thank you, Mr. Mastigal. Thank you for the motion. Second for the second, Mr. Griffith. Okay, questions on case, on item 77, zone case 3432? Ms. Joy.
This is another one of those, Mr. Isham, you may want to come back up, where they currently are not in conformity with our ordinance.
Correct.
How long has that been?
My understanding is they've been using it as the venue type use since 2019. Yeah, and they were using it as a bar and nightclub starting in 2017. I'm not sure what it was prior to that, but I know that 19th Street went through a rezoning process a few years back. I wish I had the date written down, but in which they rezoned to the C2 district.
Can I help a little bit with this? So it was a significant effort. Were you on the council at the time, or was it right before you went on council?
No, I came on council on 12.
I just recall that Steve and I were on the school board, and they came and made a presentation to us because they rezoned it all from C4 to C2. With the idea being that as non-conforming uses, or the godfather or grandfathered, excuse me, uses expired, that it would become a much lighter kind of use. It would eliminate a number of the uses that were there. And we've had another case that we've seen, well, maybe before your time, Mr. Isom, but within the last 5 years, that was a similar kind of case along 19th Street. And I know this is one of those situations where I wish we had a little institutional memory on this one, because Ms. Sager might have been here when it happened. I don't know, but it'd be nice for somebody to be able to walk us through the why for all of this. But I just find it interesting that that staff supported it when it was staff that had driven this change with the support of the council less than a decade ago. Can you speak to that?
I couldn't speak to that part of it, but as far as the staff support for the use, staff felt like this would get it more in line with our zoning ordinances and make it conforming, rather than going back and looking at it from the perspective of the staff-driven rezoning. So that part I'd have to talk to Kristen about.
Well, the entire strip was zone C2 though. From my recollection, it was from University, maybe to the interstate, certainly to Avenue Q.
Well, and clearly it was grandfathered.
It was.
And so you indicated earlier that they let their liquor license expire for a year, which meant it was no longer grandfathered. That's what happened.
Yes, the bar and nightclub use
Went away.
went away.
Okay. And we don't have an event center defined.
No.
And it's interesting because we've got an event center on Broadway, just east of Avenue Q. And I don't know what that fell under. Maybe I don't know. We just need to fix that because there are so many event centers, and we need to be able to put them in a category where I really think they belong, because I think the opposition is that they think it's going to continue to operate as a bar, basically, and a dance hall, even though it says dance hall. But they only preserved or asked for the dance hall because they do want to, if they have an event, they'd like for people to be able to dance.
I think that.
But it's a BYOB.
And the applicant stated, I think during Planning and Zoning Commission, they have quinceañeras and other types of parties folks are dancing at. They want to be able to continue being able to dance. Unfortunately, that is one of the routes is to zone it for dance hall. The other one is the specific use for a dance floor or the special exception for a dance floor. But this is the direction that they chose to go.
But you still got the alcohol problem with the BYOB that Ms. Patterson Harris, I think, was addressing. And it's close to a school.
It appears to me that this was done and based upon the information on page 472, it had been March of 2014 when this was all zoned C2.
Well, and I guess you could probably speak to where you said lighter uses, were you attempting to not have alcohol?
I wasn't
to
attempting. I just remember they came to us. We had, you know, a lot of different things going on that they felt maybe weren't congruent with the main street of your community. And I think that was the discussion. But that's all I recall. Certainly this has been there forever. I'm not arguing that part as much. I think of it as the town draw myself, which is what it was for most of those years. Probably has some historical significance. I see Mr. Goodman back there shaking his head for some,
You got a thumbs up, as a matter of fact.
Have to call him.
The C4 would certainly stand out when you look at that C. It's all local retail right now.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
I have a few questions and concerns as I look. One of the letters of opposition are the good folks at Parks Printing, who have also been there about the same amount of time as this location. So if anyone knows what's been going on, I would imagine that they would. And they have a great deal of concern about the zone allowance in this particular area. And what was the biggest deal for them just getting the variance to have a dance floor?
This is when I wish the applicant was here to
Okay.
discuss their part. We did reach out to them this morning. We just hadn't heard back on whether they'd be present for the meeting or not.
Because I'm not sure if I'm truly getting what their full plan is, their full desire. And just this information, I'd like for them to be here as well, because as I stated, the fact that the folks who have been there and saw the change, the shift of 19th Street with the zone changes previously is still there. And they have grave concern. They also point out the fact that there's residential right across the way, and which they note as a concern, which tends to be a concern. We've dealt with that quite often. So I wish the proponent were here to answer those questions, because with them not being here, I definitely share the concerns that Parks does. And it's in Mr. Chattis' district. I'd like to hear what he might say.
Mr. Chattis.
I don't have a problem with it. Now, I'm looking back here, it says, no alcohol sales for over a year. Where is it? Dance hall is not permitted to sell alcohol, but again, you can't bring alcohol onto the site. But previously it was a game room and a bar.
From my understanding, it was a bar nightclub use. And when we talked about, you typically ask somebody to show that you've continued to operate. That would be how they show that they continue to operate, was their alcohol sales, of which they weren't able to provide anything for an entire year. So their non-conforming status kind of fell off.
What does C4 do to that, to the sale of alcohol? Is that permissible on C4 for the future? If
I'd have
somebody
to-
were to come in and decide, hey, we want to, it's zoned for C4. Now we want to open up a bar.
I'd have to do a little bit more research on my end
That would be a
to provide all
concern.
the additional uses that could come later.
Yes. Because that's what I was thinking about. Is it possible, since it's C4, if they were to sell it, somebody else purchases it, and would a bar be legit on C4, permittable?
I know in your backup, there should be a link that you can click on the C4 uses and it should take you to that part of the code. I can try to get there on my.
Mr. Mayor, this brings up that point about people needing to be here when your
ma'am.
case is called,
It
so
does.
we can ask those questions. I was at Planning and Zoning when this was discussed, and the only information that I received, I didn't participate, but that was received was that it was an event center and it was a non, clean up to a non-conforming. But there's more to this than that.
Mhm.
There's a lot more to this. So I'm not for approving this on first reading. So I would move to postpone and let staff get a little more up to speed on this, and maybe the proponents can be here to answer questions. If they don't show up, that tells me something.
Okay, so we've got a motion is that to date certain, Ms. Joy?
Would be June
June
8th.
June 8th?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to postpone this item to June 8. Is there a second? Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Chattis. Okay. Is there just, we can have discussion just on the motion to postpone. Is there any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to postpone to date certain, June 2nd, 2021, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay. Item 7.7 is postponed until June the 8th, our next council meeting. Okay, our final item on the agenda tonight is item 7.8. It's zone case 3433. It begins on page 486. We will open the public hearing for zone case 3433. Anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition, please come forward.
Mayor, Council, Thomas Payne, 15309 FM 1730. I spoke at the planning and zoning hearing, and I actually rose to speak during the planning and zoning does a little different. They invite those opposed separately from those for.
We used to do that. I just started combining them.
And I think it's great that you do. I think
Okay.
I'd love for them to do that. It would have made it easier at the planning and zoning hearing because I'm neither for nor against. But I did rise to speak during those opposed at the hearing, although I announced then that I wasn't speaking against the case. I just want to be on the record observing clearly that this tract of land is directly across the street from R1 residential development. It is at the half section line. In terms of size and configuration, it looks more like a hard commercial corner at the intersection of two thoroughfares than it does a tract at Collector Street. So I just want to make sure these things are clear on the record when the council votes on the case. It will open the door to some other cases that will sort of leapfrog off of this one in terms of location and the type of zoning and the size of it.
So I got to ask you a question because I
Yes,
read
sir.
read your comments.
Yes, sir.
So just a mile west of this, on the north side of the road, we have a very similar situation with the restaurant that's set, once again, not on a, is that Toledo 114th into Toledo on the north side of the road where
Las Brisas?
Las Brisas and the health club,
Yes.
both very, pretty similar kind of situation, right?
Mayor, I would not agree with that.
Okay, why is that?
The Las Brisas and the health club are both a substantial distance off of the thoroughfare and separated from the thoroughfare by a substantial drainage area across 114th Street. So they're not on 114th Street. They're well off of 114th Street. In fact, they both front on 113th Street, which is
Yeah.
a block away.
I didn't hear you say anything about distance. I thought you were talking about zoning is what I heard you say. I mean, I thought you were talking more about land use is what you were discussing. Is that not correct? You weren't talking about setback
I'm
or something
observing
like
all
that.
of the above.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I'm
Okay,
not really separating
My
those.
second question is, this is about just a little less than 8 acres, I believe, is what's under consideration. And you know that land much better than I do. You own land very close by, but we've got a serious drainage issues we've talked about coming from land from the north. In fact, the picture in this item shows it pretty well, that it frames this piece of property by what is a pretty big drainage easement. Is that correct?
I want to be careful. You said from the north. The drainage is coming from the southwest to the northeast.
Excuse me. Yes.
And then turns and goes back to the southeast.
Right. There's a little.
Yes. And so the proponent constructed a drainage feature, surface drainage feature, that does frame this tract, the back of this tract, as you described. I don't think that's relevant to the case. The drainage feature could have been constructed at that location or somewhat different ones and in a different configuration. So I don't consider the drainage feature to be pertinent to the land use of this site, nor to the size of it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to get a picture pulled up so we can look at it.
Yes, sir.
Staff, pull up page 498, please. Or Brian, would you advance it to 498, please? There you go. Thank you very much. That shows, I think, a little, you sort of can see that you get a feel for the drainage. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Anything else for Mr. Payne?
Thank you.
Don't run away.
Oh.
Okay. You're being very careful in your words, the way I see it.
Okay.
When you say, should we approve this request, that there will be additional cases to follow. Give me a little more information on that statement.
Okay. I'll start with this. The land across the street to the west is currently under construction and is an apartment complex. The owner of that land had a very contentious zone case to get it zoned for apartments when that occurred. I can assure you the owner of that tract of land, just for an example, if they had a do-over, would prefer to come in and get that zoned commercially, because then instead of $3 a square foot, it would be worth $10 or $15 a square foot. So all things being equal, I'm sure they would love to have a redo. So that would be an example of a tract of land that were vacant today. They would be right in here to zone it for commercial use, not apartment use. I can give you another specific example. I have an office park that is zoned apartment medical that's located south of 135th Street on the east side of Indiana Avenue. And it's zoned AM for apartment medical. Again, the value of land that's zoned apartment medical is not as valuable as land that is zoned for commercial use. That tract of land is not even at the half section line. It's much closer to the section line, which in that case is 130th Street. Than this case, this is on the half section line. So that would be a tract of land that is bounded by if I came to rezone, it would be bounded by apartment medical to the south and to the west. It would be bounded by apartment zoning let me back up. Apartment medical zoning to the east and to the south. Apartment zoning where apartments are under construction to the west, and apartment zoning to the north across 135th Street. The only thing between 135th and the tract I'm describing would be a tract that I recently rezoned to C2 zoning that's on the corner of 135th and Indiana. So there would be no R1 or even R2 zoning adjacent to that tract. So it would be a much less, I want to use the word intrusive zone case than this one is, where there is R1 directly across the street to the north and R1 development across the intersection to the northwest.
So what I hear you saying is if we zone this property as requested, then we can expect a request from R1 to C2 or C4 or something to the north. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you mean at this location? No, Councilwoman Joy, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
Let me be very clear. The land to the north is well under development as R1 residential. And that is not going to be changed regardless of the outcome of this case.
Okay. Well, it was at planning and zoning, we were told it was parkland, but we got that straight, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
At planning and zoning.
Mr. Isham, I think, has clarified that, and I have, again, stated for the record that it is residential development to the
Yeah.
north.
And all you're saying is if we do this, then we can expect future requests for zone cases with the same set of facts.
Yes, ma'am, or more to the point with facts that are less
Worse.
intrusive than the facts in this case.
Okay.
Yes, but it sets the table for other cases that I think that will be difficult to deny in comparison.
And so what I heard you say at planning and zoning was you wanted us to know what we were doing and what the potential might be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That's fairly stated. Exactly.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the public hearing, thank you, Mr. Payne. The
Thank you.
public hearing is still open. Anybody would like to speak in favor or opposition? Mr. Doolin.
Good evening. Yeah, as sounds like Mayor Pope knows as much about this property as I do, and you very eloquently stated the drainage issues, drainage concerns. A similar zone property to the west that also had drainage issues and drainage concerns. I believe Las Brisas is going to be a lot closer to any houses than the proposed property here. As you know, when we went through the future land use plan, we had much discussion about how to plan for property between the main commercial nodes. And so we went with the C2A zoning as kind of our fallback along those areas. And that way that, we could plan appropriately, and Councilman Joy didn't have to hear city staff say, we want to deny this, but P&Z approved it unanimous every time. So we've gone through that step. This fits along those lines. This is a C2A zone case. It's between the nodes. It's on the thoroughfare. This case is unique in that it's next to apartments. It's got the drainage concerns. The residential to the north does not face to the south, or should not face to the south. I don't believe that Mr. Payne's development has residents facing 114th Street. In this case, we've got a good buffer between us and the residential to the south. We just finished rezoning another buffer with some townhomes to give it even more buffer. We felt like this is a good case for what Bolkar's wanting to do with Dr. is wanting to do with his restaurant and with some garden office. We feel like this is not a precedent that we're setting. This is all over town. You can look in many areas at the half section line on thoroughfares where we've got restaurants and we've got these types of zonings. I don't believe a precedence has been set or will be set just by this project alone. We've got other projects where we're down zoning, where the market deems necessary. I've got project on the hard corner that we're taking it from what would be a commercial to all residential. I don't think that sets a precedence that everyone's going to go and do that. We're going to meet what the market demands and fit with the topography and the developability and adjacency of those properties. So that's what this case is intended to do. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Where is the garden office proposed?
The garden office will be along the south and east side here.
What page is this?
Yeah. Yeah. There was some question about, could you put the garden office on the, what would be the south side? I think that was talked about at planning and zoning.
It is on the south side.
It is.
It is on the south side.
It'd be on the south and on the east. side.
It'll face the drainage feature is the way that we've currently got it planned. That, I mean,
But
it's a
the
large,
restaurant will face.
it'll face north. It's got a pretty grand entrance that they're planning.
Yeah, I
It's
saw that.
Very
at Planning
beautiful.
and zoning.
I think it'll be a very nice addition to this area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doolin. We may call you back. Other people in favor or in opposition? Dr. Sindler.
Mayor, Council, Bolkar Chandler, 5008 116th Street. I have a contract on that corner. I'm hoping to build my dream. I always wanted to have a restaurant. Going through college, worked in restaurants. Didn't know it was the Pandora's box I was putting an offer on. Just wanted to see if you had any questions about the restaurant that's going to go in there. It's going to be about 10,000 square feet. Going to have a little patio on the side. Was envisioning something we could take our children to on a Tuesday night or bring relatives when they come into town. Something nice, but something not too scary to take anybody to. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer it.
Ms. Joy.
How far back will that restaurant set from 114th?
We do have a site plan done.
Yeah, I
I
think we
can't
have
tell
it.
you a number. It'll be about right in the middle of what was allotted for the 2.5 acres. So it'll have parking areas all around. We wanted to give a lot of parking spaces. So it'll be about in the middle. We're planning for a lot of greenery, a lot of trees.
You really want to get into the restaurant business?
Against my better judgment, yes.
Okay.
Life's been too easy, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bolkar. Anyone else in support or opposition? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 7.8. Open the floor for a motion. Mr. Griffith? Thank you for the motion to approve. I got a motion from Mr. Griffith, a second from Mr. Massengale. Okay, council, what kind of questions or comments do you have on this item?
Mayor.
Mr. Massengale.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's right in the heart of District 4, is it not?
Happens to be right in the heart of
Okay,
District
good.
4. I appreciate Mr. Payne's comments. I've spent a little time on this since this is in my district. I think it is unique. I know that it is a unique request, but I think it's a cool concept. I particularly like the walkability that this site would provide. As you know, it's a hotbed of development out there right now, and it will continue, the pace will continue to quicken. So I'll support the request.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Further, other comments or questions?
One comment.
Ms.
Mr.
Joy.
Doolin, if this does what Mr. Payne suggests, we'll be looking for you, okay?
I think she's always looking for you anyway, Corey. So yeah, it's yeah. She knows how to get a hold of you, right? Okay. Other comments or questions? I've got a motion on the floor to approve item 7.8, first reading of zone case 3433. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed by that same sign. Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council, very much for your time this evening. Thank you, staff. Ms. Garza, does that take care of business from your perspective?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Weaver? Okay. Council, thank you for your time. Mr. Christian, we look forward to seeing you live in a couple of weeks.
Before that, you may see me tomorrow.
Say that again, Randy?
Yeah, that's a promise.
Okay, we'll look forward to that. I think there's no further business in front of the Lubbock City Council tonight. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. It's 6:28. We're adjourned.